Hey, it's the guys from the Void Arc Raid series. Ms. Gina has samples that need delivering, and in the anticipation of adventure strikes, she has a racing wind. Sure. Your arrival could not have been more timely. Mistress Sotero has left instructions on another batch of deliveries. Okay. She sends her regards, of course. Today she's in idle shy for business with Rowena's House of Splendors, and tomorrow we'll no doubt find her in some other far-flung corner of the realm. We mustn't be outdone. This time our samples are destined for two organizations in Corythus, an arrangement made possible by none other than Master Sigcard. He contacted his dear friend Lord Emilian de Fortemps, who was kind enough to spread the word of the boutique to his own contacts in Isgard. It hardly took time for the first letter of interest to reach us, and once these samples have been delivered, that interest will be piqued to a passion. That's why I have been assured. Lord Emilian has insisted he will take care of all the particulars and bid me convey with enthusiasm that he looks forward to accompanying you on the deliveries. Oh god. Emilian. Now then, regarding the secret mission of ours. Oh no. Oh hey, you restored it. A gorgeous sapphire. It will make the necklace beautiful once restored. A keepsake of not only Mr. Sotero's mother, but that of her many friends and allies from across the realm. I'm confident that someone of your experience has the most discerning eye for mementos. Bring back anything you think would be a worthy addition. Okay. With that, I leave the samples in your capable hands. Okay. Seems easy enough. Wait at the designated location in Ishgard. Okay. It's in the pillars. Closest places. It's nothing really is that close. Go to the Jeweled Crosshair. I'll just climb the steps myself. It's not really hard when you're a ninja. Dark. There you are. It's good to see your rosy glow in your cheeks. Consider that dreadful business with the imminent destruction of mankind and the end of times and whatnot. This indeed, who better distribute exquisite arms and accoutrements than a bona fide hero such as yourself? Well, I have two parties with simply ravenous interest in your products to your chap. Okay. First of all, I'm so happy to be rather exquisite heroes. My dearest Lady Lynette. Oh, God. Be so good as to precede me to the Rose House. That should be along promptly, of course, just as soon as I'm comfied and powdered. Come on. Off to Sea of Clouds. Lynette. Well, Matt, it's good to see you hale and whole. Long time no see. Last time you were involved in a quest was like 2 expansions ago. Thank you for personally making the trip. I know your obligations are many. To be sure, your arrival could scare us a better timing. While our erstwhile troubled relationship with Vanu improved by the day, we have been forced to reconsider our current munitions due to recent incidents of... Oh god, I'm not reading that. You look ridiculous. I strike a better smashing silhouette, do I not? Why Sticker could not have found a better man to gift these samples to? Surely such splendid armor could be put to better use than fashion, Lord Emilian. Could I not prevail you to better senses to relinquish that gear to someone who might appreciate its practicality? Far be it from you to deny any request of yours, Lady Elena. Only I must confess that I have slightly exaggerated Cichard's generosity in the matter of gifting these. I mean to say you borrowed them, no doubt that without his knowledge or consent. And why should I have expected otherwise? Friends may forgive, but it bears repeating that your clients deserve at least a modicum of professionalism. You do have other clients, don't you? Of course I have, and no little celebrity at that. You remember the Red Bills, of course. Oh, wow. Flashback to Void Ark days. The Sky Pirates, and that an experienced adventurer should know them hardly surprise me, but how does the privileged son of House Fortemps come to make their direct acquaintance? 'Twas a happy coincidence, a veil and circumstance, I assure you, as he can attest, an unbiased range of social contracts and the essential arsenal of not just adventure, but any gentleman of consequence. Unbiased is all very well, but Sky Pirates are precisely the problem I was speaking of earlier, before we were interrupted. Recently, self-proclaimed spy pirates have been marauding trading vessels with troubling audacity. Even the high-skilled manufacturers reported stolen property at the hand of these ruffians. Troubling news indeed, though I cannot imagine fellows as amicable as the Red Bills could be responsible. Still, we should hear of it. I will send word directly. Now then, we trot up to the infamous Perak. I've been told to seek out a certain red standard upon Coldwind. How the pulse quickens. Okay, let's go. Oh, am I being moved? Please tell me I'm being moved. Thank God. This looks rather promising. Would you say I leave the rest to your uncanny sense of direction? It's been a while since I was here. Aren't you the very picture fell? Seeing the start from complete annihilation didn't tax you over much, huh? How many cates this year? Let me guess, it was not compared to the ball and scrapping required of mercantile genteel. Don't tell me this dandy is what wooed you from the life of sweet nothings of financial comfort. Leofard, you know good as well the only one wooing Supa is of any interest. Don't think that your interest is in our mutual friend here has escaped my notice. Your aim all along was less about armaments than it was the audience with Supa, was it not? Not bad for a dandy, I might have seen me sights on us touching reunion between Supa and myself, but that's not to say I won't be needing those samples. See, I have a job that could benefit both your keen sense of those pieces you brought me, so long as they're half the quality of what Emilian was showing off in the alehouses anyway. I can count on your participation, yes? You'll be duly compensated, of course, just name your price. Give me all your money. Hey, Tira, what's going on, dude? Parts of a necklace for Toteru herself? Oh, yeah. I gotta get those. I prefer something you might make use of, but... Far be it for me to dictate what a man does with his booty. If that's for your recompense, I'll see what I can do. Phrasing! Now that we have you on board, allow me to arrive. It seems another band of petty thieves has been masqueraded as sky pirates and harrying honest traders. Oh yeah, just like when it said. So you've heard of them. Aye, these so-called monstrous cockatoos. Don't exactly strike fear into the hearts of men, but they're being a right nuisance. And now they've gone and made things personal. You haven't even started anything except discover new sub-areas? It's good, Tiro. This patch is really good. Their name is the monstrous cockatoos. After what happened at Dunsay, we were commissioning the finest airship parts from across the realm. Only to have those cockapert nincompoops pillage the very Skyscale manufactory vessel that was carrying our cargo. The nerves of people out makes me mouth water. Are we getting them back? We're getting them back. And of course, once the cockatoos realized whose property they pilfered, they flew into a panic and holed up in Idleshire after stashing the goods somewhere. And when you and your samples come in, we want you to take Leofard in. Before you spill the rest, Stacia, let's make sure our friend here is still up on a bit of our following. How about that? I have been craving game bird lately. I knew I was right to call you. Those downly ducklings don't know what plucked them. Hey, Katesa. Quite so. With Super Return and our crew complete, victory over these ne'er-do-wells is most certainly assured. God, these NPCs were so cool. I wish they had done more with them. By the by, would you have terrible objections if I informed the Rose Knights of your designs upon these charlatans? The Knights are affiliated with House Celerante, you see, and thus have particular interest in recovering the contents of the Skysteel vessel. I know my capable Lady Lynette simply will not rest until she has brought these scoundrels to justice. Can't say it's an alliance I've ever considered, but so long as I get the cockatoo I'm due, our Knights most thorny are welcome to catch and cage as they see fit. Our Knights most thorny. Splendid. Lady Lynette shall be very glad to hear of it. Overjoyed even. Yes, and she may even simple to contain her unbounded delight. I must away. See ya. Not awaiting us in Idleshire, but danger and subterfuge. But there is so much more tempting to our ilk than lovely Knights. Let's be off. I'll explain the rest of our gambit once we get there. Okay. Between Leofard holding all the shiny baubles and Kates of Covenant on the maps and scrolls, the Red Bills ain't been selling much in the way of treasure lately. To be frank, we're flat broke. Sure, restoring the good name of the Sky Pirates is a matter of pride, but we simply can't afford to lose these airship parts. I, for one, am most indignant by how well he looks. Wow, they never updated Kate's hitbox. Look at that thing. It's fucking huge! This is Heavensward programming right here. Huge ass hitbox for Kate Sith. Who's the dandy now, you ask? I reckon my reputation precedes me in these parts. With the legendary Red Bill Leofo, they ain't known for togs like these. Oh yeah, you look pretty good. Though I could say I could get used to it. It's comfortable, practical, and with a sense of style. That's the, what is that, the Machinist gear? Yeah, that's the Machinist gear. That's the level 90 Machinist set. And often you find that holy triad in battle gear. Quite the line you're touting. Which brings us to your role in my master plan. While it ain't easy laying down in a motley place like Idleshire, these cock-a-whoop cowards have been managing it quite well. So to learn that, we're going to spread savory rumors of a black market merchant looking to fence contraband for even finer coin, and that's you. Oh, come on. Why do I have to be the bait? To strike up a chat with any adventurers or peddlers that seem to like to share hearsay. I'll be playing your handsome bodyguard, so rest assured I've got your back, Master. Please don't do that. I've taken the liberty of preparing your guys. It ain't as flattering as Leopold's, but you should fit the part nicely in this. Leopold is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side, continue wearing the black market guise in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You cannot leave Leopard behind. Okay, yeah. I already know the accompanying rules. What the fuck is this? I look like shit. Why does he get the cool gear? I look like absolute ass. This looks awful. Alright, fine, let's go. I can't use weapon skills. God damn it. There's probably a hat that goes with it, but I can't see it because, you know... Oh, it's the glasses, never mind. Oh, there's no dialogue, I just tell them. Contrabandists. Well, I do know some sky pirates new to the town, and just the other day I overheard them discussing their latest windfall. Ah, yes, just the sort of enterprising folk we're looking for. Do you think you could help us pin them down? I'll do what I can. I'm no stranger to sky pirates, so I'll ask around. Yes, Gabi Eye catches such sky stealers. Sky stealers come to claim busy deal at Cart Forge, but bring no trade goods for Jingly Shine. Great laugh joke for Gobbly merchants. Sky stealers leave with Grump Face. Gabi does not understand why uplanders wish to trade tongue claps with Grump Face sky stealers, but happy to lend hand for more laugh jokes. Much obliged. If all goes to plan, we'll have you laugh joking over their story hides some summers to come. I forgot goblins speak like that. It's so hard to understand them. You like have to stop and think of what the fuck they're trying to say. Can I sprint? Okay, cool. Distinguished merchant. A merchant yourself, are you perhaps some overstepping, but consider this friendly advice. Seeking out sky pirates dressed in stereotypical garb is so keen to dangling a sign from your neck reading, purge my purse. Oh, the righteous red bills may pity you, dear sir, but few else. Righteous ain't ever been to me liking me. I can't just abide them reprobates what don't utter the creed of spy pirate. Or so you can imagine the red bill leopard might say, right? Not that it's any my matter. Anyhow, you should find someone looking to off your load or dubiously obtained merchandise. Send them our way, will you? If you insist, but don't say I didn't warn you. Especially when you come face to face with whatever brute they've hired to browbeat them for them. Oh yes, I've heard that Sky Pirate lot crowing all about an ally of unparalleled strength if they are to be believed. Oh no! No, goldfish. That's the staircase between the orphanage and the bar. I took the long way. Whoops. Oh well. Whoop. Should be able to access it from here. I just have to use the staircase. Alley-oop. Should be right here-ish. Oh, it's up on the ramparts, isn't it? Yeah, there was never any point to this area. So are we the talk of the town yet? As far as I can tell, you're strong contenders. Perhaps second only rumors of a mysterious intimidator who's cast their lot in with the cockatoos. Only natural those Sibling Whelps Howard a browbeater, but what dickhead willingly courts the rancor of Red Bill Leofard? Well, I suppose a few names come to mind, but no matter. Our plan proceeds as discussed. Let's take to the streets and wait for our clients. Okay. You can see the Hildebrand picture in the background. Whoa there. Are you the trader looking to chaffer with the monstrous cockatoos? Chaffer, what scrags like you, fury enemy? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. The voice, Leofard Redbill? Oh god! As you live and breathe, not for long though. If you don't hand over what you and your dicky bird stole. Bluster all you like, Redbill, but you ain't getting the better use of this. We treated with a sky pirate that'll crush you to pumice. And you were there thinking this would ever be so simple, were you not, my dear Leofard? Oh no, it's her! Come on, I saved your ass. Do we really have to do this? A bunch of your men died in Weeping City. Do we have to do this? Not in the slightest. I was thinking that surely Redelia and her talons would never sink so low as to become lackeys to a lackey, but here you are. I might even start to pity you. And that is where you were consistently underestimate me, Redbill. I would stoop at nothing to realize my desires. Or were the sweet memories we made together in Dunscape not enough to convince you of that? But I suppose I might be willing to overlook your stubborn difference and return the soul and ancient parts you so desperately seek if you would but call me your captain? No. Completing that airship means more to me than you'll ever understand. I ain't leaving here without me stolen goods. If they're worth recovering, that is. You there, Galorium, you didn't leave the plunder in the wind-aspected territory, did you? Uh-oh. Of course you did. Head's empty as a toss parts tanker. Those airship parts are embedded with highly calibrated corrupted crystals. Put them in any contact with wind sprites and they're no better than glorified scrap. Wait a minute, he said contact, didn't he? How many wind sprites go contact in rock formations on Providence? It'll be fine. Providence! Also, you've got your hands on an airship, right? Take her to Providence and go pick up her stolen goods. Some genius hid them under a rock. You were bluffing. Obviously, don't make me doubt your intelligence, Redelia. What airship needs parts that can't handle a little wind? Doubt what you like, Leofard. I hardly need a bloody airship bits to beat you into submission. Uh-oh. Let me slip into something more comfortable. Sup? You can't win. Seems I'm not the only one whose name is worth something in these parts. I'm still prettier, though. No, you're not. I look great. Well then, let's get about cutting you up into cock-a-threes and fours, shall we? Red Bill by himself is one of the things, but he's something else. Ain't nothing for it. Flee! So much for the monstrous. Let's leave him to the garrison. Ain't enough meat on those shriveling bones to warrant the chase. Redelia, I reckon this was more than a diversion to you, but surely you didn't think I'd fold to such a weak hand. All the more pity you've assured that those air parts were the only pieces of value taken from me and mine. Which doesn't matter. It's time for you to make your allegiances clear. If you and your talents intend to continue this farce, we'll have it out here and now. Well, it seems I misjudged my prospects. I thought I had those simpletons might account to more than just sibling turntails, but I have neither loyalty nor affection for a useless cockatoo. I suppose I'll have to content myself with this reunion, but you will need more than clever bluffs to evade me next time. Of that you may be certain. Those are some fine samples without question, but nothing beats wearing me own rags again. Go ahead to the Perak and wait for us in the chambers. We'll be along once I've spoken to our knights most thorny. We were standing by in case you need help, but I'm glad it didn't come to fisticuffs. Sounds like it's only a matter of time before Redelia tries her luck again, and God only knows what she has in mind. While Sky Pirate may prove profitable, villainy shall not. May the cockatoos ne'er forget the lessons they learned. Okay. Time to go back to the Perak. I just realized there's a staircase down here. Can't use it though. Utada says all stolen property is accounted for, and finishing touches on our airship proceed apace. According to the Rose Knights, the cockatoos will be shipped off to the Diadem, where they can enjoy volunteering themselves for the betterment of mankind. Speaking of which, what is to become of the miscellanea recovered from the cockatoos' hoard? I'm sure House Hilorante will lay claim to their possessions, but as for the apparatuses of origins unknown, worry not, I didn't pocket any of the Gigogom. I find that some petty foestier. We'll track down their rightful places soon if my prediction holds. Totero. It is, and you look quite surprised to think we'd meet here in the clouds and among sky pirates. I was just finishing up my affairs in Alshire when who should come and asking for me but Red Bill Leofard. Quite thrilling tryst to enjoy, I'll have you know. How did Emelian put it? She's got fingers in more pies than a high street baker. When I got wind she was in Idleshire, I felt like snubbing fate not to enlist her expertise. I'm excited you did, for I have returned triumphant. Allow me to present the most famous traveling portraitist, Durament. Portraitist, but of course, along with the recovered items were a number of singularly beautiful paintings. I'm relieved to hear it. When I learned which vessel had fallen prey to sky pirates, I thought those pieces would be lost forever. So you are another victim of the monstrous cockatoos. Still, a personal summons to the Perak seems like the sort of social nicety to which the captain is normally intolerant. I believe my presence here may have another purpose entirely, you see. Leofard and I are old friends. He commissioned me to paint that portrait, in fact. Oh, the one of his... Aww. My beautiful daughter, Remiel. She looks perfectly at home here. Aww. Beautiful daughter? Duramont is father to Lady Remiel, the gentlewoman who cared for Leofard as a lad. He abdicated all family matters to his son when he became a practicing artist, but he's still a lord in lineage. You mean to say that a renowned portraitist Dillermont is not only your grandfather, but the former lord as well? Oh, you must forgive my blithe introduction from earlier. Not to forgive, on the contrary, I'm indebted to you for tracking him down so quickly. Thanks to you, all this can happen just as I hoped it might. Construction's about finished on our new airship. I wanted you here when I christened her. The Remiel will fly again. My dear boy, celebrating your mother's life with you with you continues to be my great honor. When you hung her portrait here, you named your first ship. I could see the vestiges of your love shining in the countenance, just as it is now. I'll hope you continue to realize her greatest wish for you, to live as free and unfettered as the sky itself. I know she would be very proud. Looks a bit like hoarding corals, ain't it? Getting us adventuring types all in one room, but it's worth the effort. Moments like these are meant to be shared. Right, and I believe I've got a new airship to fly. The open sky awaits me. Alright. Something tells me we will see him again. We should see him again. The Sky Pirates are some of my favorite NPCs. I'd wish they had been used a lot more. Now this is an airship. With how she handles it, could fly to the edge of existence and back without so much as a hiccup. Which I hear on good authority, or whatever authority Emilian is when he's in his cups, you have literally done. Yes. I have done that. I reckon I've never been at such equal parts awed and envious, though I'll assume the invitation was simply lost by a post-moogle. Nay, in all candor, I'm certain there are some skies only meant for your eyes, escapades surpassing even my wildest imaginings. So charged to the ends of eternity and the horizons filled with peril. Just don't think that you've seen the last of the wonders that these heavens have beheld. I'll come find you again before long, and I'll bring everything I always promised, the thrilling, hurdy rush of high adventure. You better. You're some of my favorite NPCs. You better bring it. You had the best raid series, too. Though farewell may be bitter sorrow, know that it is but fodder for reunions most gay. Gay! She said gay. No need to be mawkish verbal. It is stupid dropping off the face of the star, not permanently anyhow. We'll meet again soon enough, although Katesith is liable to mope like a damp kitten until we do. I expect these parts will be free of half-baked brigand for a time, but should you ever find yourself in need of a red bill, don't hesitate to call. Thank you. 'Tis no small comfort knowing our ships may distribute their wares in safety. Cool. As for you, we'll be in touch. Yeah! I hope we go adventuring with the Sky Pirates again. Well, that was invigorating. Well, I'd love nothing more than to catch our collective breath over a cup of tea. Business calls me to Ishgard. No rest for the enterprising and talented, as they say. Shall we, Duramen? Might I persuade you to accompany us? I should very much like to hear of your adventures. Sure. Painting subjects I find personally inspiring is a particular credo of mine, and I dare say you have brushed shoulders with more than a few individuals of note. Thank you for indulging an old man's eccentricities. Now then, perhaps you could begin with the adventures you shared with Leopold and his crewmates. Can we start on a different one? It's quite grisly. Oh! Hey! A Void Ark treasure chest! No, don't open that! That's for me! Leopold intentionally offloaded this in our direction, yes? Whatever could it be? Leopold's a man of his word. How mysterious, but now I think about it, Leofard did mention sending something along when asked to track down Duromont. Well, I would make the site lugging this around to my... I'd be quite the sight lugging this around me, so might I ask you to hold on to it? I trust not even to run off with my share of the reward. A gift from the notorious Red Bills, you know. They're rather a nice sort of sky power, don't you think? They're the best kind. Best raid series, coolest NPCs. They're awesome sky pirates. A blind and eccentric young lady is your employer. I hope shepherding me back to Ishgard did not delay her business. The tales you shared on the journey here were beyond anything I could ever have anticipated. Never have I heard so much inspiring episodes of daring do. Though I may not know them personally, I find myself fascinated by the individuals you describe, the comrades and acquaintances of your journeys. Yes, I believe I shall remain in the capital to paint. Should you desire a portrait, I would happily part with it for the cost of its supplies. Find me here and we can make the arrangements. Oh, I gotta fill my... I can't get anything from him yet. I gotta go complete the quest so the quest flag will work. Programming ho! There's Lambert. Welcome back. I just received word from Mr. Sotero. What's this about portraits and sky pirates? Nothing. It was fun. Leadbill Leofard gave you this for the necklace? It seems a rather leather strap of sorts, and an antiquated one at that. Wait a moment, I recognize this design. This is a relic of the ancient city of Mach. It's said that the Maki sorcerers would weave these cords with magics to make them unbreakable. You'd be hard-pressed to find better material for a necklace. Oh, Mistress Svatero will be so delighted. She chatted endlessly about how pleased she was to know that the Red Bills and what sort of products might prove useful to our daring new friends. And the Rose Knights have already placed an order for the garrison. So in all, I believe our latest endeavor was a brilliant success. As always, we should be on the lookout for your new areas of opportunity, so I hope we can count on you to serve as our charming emissary once again. In fact, I believe Mr. Jiro will insist upon it. Until next time. You may now purchase portraits from Durament by speaking to him in Ishgard. I want to see who he has. I'm going back to Ishgard. Let's go. Yeah, there's a merchant here now. Oh, hey, look, it's Sotero. It's a pretty good picture. Beyond Glom's Vale, a commissioned portrait of Y'shtola Rule. A commissioned portrait of Thancred Waters. Wherein we learn. A commissioned portrait of Urianger Argamalt. Pleasure, business is pleasure. Commissioned portrait of Sotero. Sign of Wisdom. A commissioned portrait of Alphanode Levier. Sign of Valor. A commissioned portrait of Alice, entitled Silent of Valor. Discernment. A commissioned portrait of Kryle, entitled Discernment. Conventure calls. A commissioned portrait of Grahatia. Can I have one of Louis Sois? Where's Papalymo, Ida, the rest? I hope we get more portraits. Get everyone but least Hex. It'll be great. Oh, wait, I just remembered something. I need to go check something. I need to go to the Crystarium. Something very important just triggered in my memory. I need to go to the Wandering Stairs real quick. Hey, Siala! I went to the 13th. What, not only did you travel to the 13th, you encountered a Memoriat besides? Wicked White, that's nothing short of a miracle. I used to be Memoriat myself, but I lost my powers when the Askins plucked me out of the void. It's astounding to think that this Zero managed to survive all this time with herds. Though she claims to have no desire to save our world as a compatriot, I still would be keen to meet her. There's only so many of us left after all, those who haven't completely lost themselves. Also, I know full well that you and yours have your own objective in the 13th, but should you consider aught that might lead to its restoration, I'd thank you to share it with me. Calhai. What? With our methods, we can barely maintain a faint connection to the 13th. But you say you've journeyed there? Incredible. Such drive Archon you still must have to uncover the secrets of cross-drift travel, and to conceive of creating an artificial Atomos that could only be described as inspired. Suffice it to say, I should like nothing more than to join you on your future forays, but I will abide in patience for now. You already have a capable guide at your disposal, and my presence would be extraneous. Besides, there are certain tasks that require me to be here in the first. For one, I wish to learn more of the approach used to revive the empty. It is my hope that the self-same can be applied in the 13th, and to that end, I have arranged to meet with those involved. You're going to talk to Gaia and Rain? Interesting. Well, good to know they're still, they haven't thrown away these NPCs for good. I was gonna rage out hard if I came back and they just had nothing new to say. I was gonna do something else now. What was it? Fuck. I don't remember what I was gonna do. Fuck. Roll quest. That's actually not a bad idea. What do I want to go on? I think I'll go on Dark Knight. If I can find my fucking Dark Knight thing, I swear I'm blind. There it is. I'm level 90. Oh god, it didn't translate well. My hat is missing. Help. I don't even have a weapon. Oops. Oh, should I really be tending to tome scones on this? I don't think I have enough. Hold on. I only have 910. Hold on. This is Moonward gear, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I never finished the set. Well, that's dumb of me. I could probably get away with this, honestly. Not the weapon though. That won't work. I might just go buy some shit. Fuck it. Where's the market board? Go in the mist. Ba-da-da-da. What does the tank set this patch look like? I'm gonna try the whole set. Hold on. This does not look very good. Yeah. Does like do the feet have like something super cool or what? No. Yeah, this is just generic tank set. I will say I'm impressed that I can wear the helmet. You sure I don't have any tank gear on me? I swear I did. Oh, here's the circlet. There we go. I must not have the boots. All I'm missing are the boots. How do you even get Moonward gear now? Hold on. Might just try to complete this set. Moonward. Old Charlian. Jerkashi. Let's go check this out. I want to see. It says they can be bought, but not with tomestones. Oh, for sacks of nuts. Fuck. Wait, I think I have a bunch of nuts saved up. Where the fuck are you, merchant? I forgot where the hunt board is. I'm having a stroke. 12, 13. Right here. Oh, they're down near the docks. Oh yeah, I can afford this. What is the longsword? What does the Dark Knight weapon look like? Delete outfit. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wait, I already have one? What the fuck? There we go. I don't think I'll try for the accessories. Well, they are super cheap. Do I have anything in here that's not like appropriate eye level? Just a ring. I'll buy a ring then. Ring of Bending. Oh. Yeah, Moonward Ring of Bending. There we go. It says I already have a Zweihinder. Where is it? It didn't come up when I... Is it in my inventory? Oh my god, it's in my inventory! I don't have any orange chest space. Put these here. There we go. Now I'm looking good. Alright, let's go do a roll quest. Razahan! I forgot who I was working with. Isn't it Gridania? I think it's Gridania. Oh, that's right. It was Gridania because I got really bored and I was like, God, this roll quest is making me want to go to sleep. Oh, this is the wrong door. Oops. The Gridanian delegate is in urgent need of a stout defender to help combat a new threat to his homeland. I have come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of an unprecedented threat to the Twelveswood, a blasphemy. It strikes quickly and with deadly precision before returning to the shadows once it came. Try as we might have to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they had a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the man we seek. What say you? Will you serve as a shield that stands between Gridania and certain doom? You've made it difficult to refuse. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. Yeah, you basically hamstrung me into it, so... like, I can't say no now. No. Our liaison at Razahan sent word of your arrival, but I can scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Then there is hope for us. I shall fetch the Elder Seeds here at once. She is leading the hunt. I'm certain she'll be most eager. Alright, Connie Senna, what do you got? You're gonna bore me to death? Full glad I am to welcome you in good health and spirits. On behalf of all Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense yet again. Yeah. You will forgive me for ensuring further formalities, as this time is of the essence. I shall share with you what little we know of this exclusive scourge. Following the events of Thavnir, we received a report from an unidentified man had fallen into fits on the road before transforming into a beast most foul. A blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on its skin reminiscent of heavy chains, and thus we have named it Glepnir, for the creature of legend. It emerged from the bush without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near. Ere we can respond, it retreats into Hindhead, leaving no trace. The elementals cry out for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence, yet even if we tracked it to its lair, I fear besting the beast would be no simple matter. The wounds of Glepnir victims are tainted by corruption. We can conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. The smallest scratch leads to afflicted fits, and death soon follows. Mayhap you know of the creeping death. The effects of Glepnir's vile poison bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the Twelveswood many years ago, and sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns, and spent their final moments in excruciating pain. I remember this. This was in the lore books. 'Twas long before I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. Is it true that the disease spared not a single here? Very near, yes. Before the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure from the Glim Shroom. Slow though it was, the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. Gleipnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear, yet despite the similarities between the blasphemy's corruption and creeping death's marks, it is unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Both Conjury and White Magic have failed to abate the poison spread. To confront Gleipnir now would place our soldiers at even of grievous risk of injury. Forgive me, Elder Soothsayer, but this appears to be urgent. Again? Gleipnir struck once more in North Shroud. The whalers came too late to see the beast themselves, but the man it attacked yet lives. They are bringing him to Falgard Float. We must then meet him there. Will you accompany us? Aethermare should be able to appraise the details. Alright, let's go. Elder Soothsayer, you honor us with your presence. I cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I would not leave this to another. Where is the wounded man? Outside of bobbing cork, being attended to by one of our healers. He's a capable healer, but I worry this is beyond his abilities. I shall do all in my power to aid him. I, in turn, have need of assistance as well. I ask that you stay close, both of you. Keeper of the Entwined Serpents is such an interesting NPC. You think he's just some nameless NPC that follows the Elder Soothsayer around? No, he's actually got like a big-ass backstory. He's got like a whole bunch of shit going on. It's weird. But he's just named Keeper of the fucking Entwined Serpents. That he survived his encounter with Gleipnir speaks to his fortitude. I know not that if he can be saved, we can at least allay his suffering. He clings to life, albeit barely. We must try to ease his pain. He's a hardy soul, but I'm utterly at a loss. While I manage to heal his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I removed his clothes for treatment, I recognized the chains. If this is indeed the creeping death, do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We shall have need of your talents again ere long. Cleorgis man, Kligo is a bloody swarm of them. That came from the east gate. Kligois are known as carriers of creeping death. The villagers are on edge. If they think Vilekin harbingers of another plague, they may panic. Pray, see to the Kligois. I shall remain here with the victim. I think this wildlife fellow is the source of yellowing earlier. Do you see any Kligois nearby? They were near Alder Springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready for war. Bring in the creeping death like as not. Folk been near drop dead with no rhyme or reason. And I'm not about to join them, no sir. Came running back as fast as my legs could carry me. Were you bitten? We'll show you to a healer if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong, you can be sure. You do your best to do something about that swarm though. Would that we could, but keeping the gate manned is our priority, and we have not the numbers to spare for our hunting party. By the time whaler reinforcements arrive, it may be too late. We'll deal with the Chigos. The one who calls the greater number will owe the other a flagon of ale. Aye, sure. I commend your bravery. Godspeed, and don't get bitten. I'm immune. I already know I'm immune because I have Traveler's Ward. Shoutouts to Heidelin. Hurstmill Merchant. Oh no! Not Hurstmill. Whatever shall we do? God damn, these things just keep coming. Told be praised in you. I've come bearing a cure for the creeping death, but it is little use of actual death. That's why I've come. I've heard tell of a man suffering from an uncommon pains at Falgar float since an opportunity for philanthropy and a touch of profit, I'll admit. But what you say is true. His condition demands that of a swifter pair of feet than mine. Could you bring the medicine to him? And I said no need for payment this time. You saved my life. If one good turn deserves another, I hope only the cure works as much as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way and give any vile can I spy a wide birth. Deliver the medicine. Okay. Beep beep. Show me this death curse thing. I'll run it over with my car. Beep beep. Where am I? Thank you for calling the Chagos. Alas, our patient's condition is just to improve, and all we can do is keep him from succumbing to the poison. I'm not going to give him the cure right now. I think that the mere mention of Chagos would start panic. The creeping death casts a long shadow over these lands. You brought the medicine? What luck? Okay, here you go. A medicine made from the Glimshroom, which cures the creeping death. I know this medicine. It was supposed to use to treat the creeping death. Given his symptoms, it may prove effective here. It works upon the body quite quickly. Hold on just a little longer. The medicine will soon relieve your pain. I don't. It hurts. Why? The man shrieks, die in his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsion. He then falls still and silent as if his breath was snatched from his chest. "12 have mercy. At the very least his suffering is over. Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison entered his blood, as will be others if we do not soon gain an understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain and serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Gleipnir's corruption resemble the creeping death, 'tis clear that two share the little common else. The poison burns through the body more quickly than any other disease. Too deadly it is to be borne by creatures so fragile as Chigos, or any other besides. Then that is one less possibility the people need fear. 'Tis a shame a life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure that others are not. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest souls to desperate ends. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania. For now, we must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood. I'll give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is a primary concern. Let us return to Adder's Nest, for information shall be our most reliable weapon in the days ahead. Okay. Okay, back to Adder's Nest. I'll be good. I hate Adder's Nest. Gleipnir has been sighted in various locales, and though we are reviewing every report, we must suspect we are erroneous. Fear has a way of making one jump at shadows. It'll take some time before we have determined... Okay, whatever. I hate Connie Senna. Yeah. The keeper of the entwined serpents is eager to resume the hunt. We have followed up on every report concerning Gleipnir, even those that beggared belief. The most promising suggests the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We are to proceed there at once. There is no telling when it might strike again. The Elder Sister is already en route to Roots Lake. Let us not keep her waiting. South Shroud. I hate this area. This area is such a fucking mess. It's like they tried to cram all the lore into one area after they realized they ran out of room. They should have killed her and kept Papalymo. I don't know about that. Maybe. I mean, look at this area. It's got the fucking... There's the fucking... Lost Keep of Amdapor over there. The fucking city's over there. The keep's over there. Odin's on the other side. The... Gamora's here. Fucking... Palace of the Dead's here. They just shoved all the lore into this area. No sign of the beast yet. A single list of Gleipnir might send the people running, and we would be hard-pressed to restore order. Greetings. As luck would have it, my sister Rayo frequents Camp Tranquil. We would do best to meet her with her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat that can aid us. It's been too long, Rayo. I was afraid the situation might force your arrival. Would this reunion be under more joyous circumstances? It's heartening to hear you have joined by a bearer of Toa's will. Unfortunately, Gleipnir's poison cannot be cured by any healing force known to us, as I'm sure you've already learned. Nevertheless, I have faith that together we'll find a way to defeat it. Every moment is crucial, so let us dispense with the further pleasantries. Have you received word of Gleipnir's whereabouts? I have. It recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in the distant trees, staring at them with malicious intensity. They struggle to find courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of creeping death, Gleipnir's corruption seems to affect only those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We have yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but it will provide little comfort to the people here. If Gleipnir comes, any defense we mount will come at great cost. Those who fall wounded will inevitably die. I'm at a loss, and the people under my care can sense it. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Some even accuse me of standing idly by while the monster roams free, as if I'm not doing all that I can. I apologize. Would I have come to you sooner? Would that be more I could offer you? Not every burden is yours to bear, Con E. This is why you don't ever do anything. He has the right of it. It is the duty of all seeds here to face this threat, and we should do so together, with the aid of the elementals as well. Under different circumstances I would agree, but their strength has waned since the calamity, and I am reluctant to impose upon them. Indeed, when I open my thoughts to the elementals, I shudder to hear their distress. Once we have laid low the blasphemy, the elementals will be at peace. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak with the people here and assure them that all will be well. That Gridania is resolved to weather the storm and remain steadfast. No road is close to the heart of the true. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you begin with an earnest and heartfelt approach. For my part, I shall reach out to A-Ruin. Perhaps together we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I have no doubt we require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both. For those who didn't play 1.0, the elementals used to fuck. They used to just fuck shit up. May I trouble you to accompany me? The presence of a storied hero would surely lend credence to my claims that the people's difficulties will soon be at an end. The entire... While you attend to that, I shall gather what information I can from the woodwheeler stationed here. Alright, see ya. They used to just fuck shit up. The entire, like, Gridania story of 1.0 was just the elementals fucking up the entire place. It was cool. And now, post-Calamity, they're just like a thing. They're just there. They got gutted, like, super hard. Probably because they were too strong. Like, they attacked people. They would command monsters to hurt people. It was fucking wild. They're now resident babies. Yeah, they don't do anything anymore. Like, okay, I take that back. There's, like, 2 storylines where they'd actually do something. But for the most part, elementals are just, like, set dressing. They don't do anything. Other than Connie being like, they're mad. Okay, Connie, when aren't they mad? Since the calamity, they've been fucking pissed. Tell them to get it together. Like, we're doing our best, okay? If we are to convince the people that they need not live in fear of Glepnir, then my words alone may be insufficient. I do not comport myself as an imposing figure blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna shake Connie violently. I saw you fight at Alamigo. You can fight. I've seen you do it. Don't... Ugh! I hate this NPC. You, on the other hand, are renowned as a peerless warrior who has triumphed on countless trials. Simply looking on your features fills me with confidence that the crisis shall too pass. I pray you stay by my side, that those we speak of might be joyed with your presence. Connie is now accompanying you, so keep her at your side. You fucking plucked Y'shtola from the live stream. God, I hate... Seedseers are sitting pretty now with their guards and finery. Why do they care if a beast is running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing while it haunts us. We'd be fools to trust ourselves when they don't care a whit. Aye, past time we went south. At least in Oldal they don't pretend to look out for the common man. Elitzius here. I was just, I promise you that we're sparing no effort in our hunt for Glepnir. However, it will take time and we may... more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask that you place your faith in me. It is only a while longer. I love the 12s and their people with all my heart. I will not let the enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's got to give voice to his words from time to time. I have nothing I want less than to abandon my home. I'll stick around for now. Didn't the fall of Dalmwood weaken them all? Yes, it did. It weakened them a whole bunch. But what I don't understand is this constant... Oh, the elementals are still mad. Like, are they just going to be mad forever? Is this just something we can't fix? We still can't get back to North Shroud. North Shroud is an area that is in the game's code. You just can't get to it. There's concept art in the game. There's a load screen for North Shroud in the game. And they won't use it. God damn. If this is expansion material, it better be fucking good. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. Nothing to wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? Do not give in to despair, my friend. Know that I shall do all in my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast hope and encourage those to do so as well. I'll try. I know you've placed yourself at risk leaving the safety of the city and coming here. That means a lot to me and mine. I'll stay close to the whalers and pray news of your triumph reaches us soon. Thank you. It won't be long. If there's an expansion where we just fucking fix the elementals, I'll be happy. Like, I'm tired of this. Like, every important Shroud NPC is fucking nailed down to the floor because the elementals are always fucking pissed, barring a calamity of epic proportions like Garlemald's invading again, or we need to free Alamigo. No one in Gridania ever does anything. That's why I like Limbs of the best. They'll actually do shit. Old money. I saw a gargantuan beast stalking the woods with horns the size of my legs. What's to stop it from coming here and fill its belly? Glepnir will do no such thing, I swear. We'll see to it personally that the blasphemy does not continue within a mile of this village. Keep heart, for brighter days lie ahead. Ah, perhaps I've let my imagination get the better of me. You are a beacon in these dark times. I pray you restore peace soon. I shall, you be certain. Will that be all for now, Elder Seedseer? I will, as I have done what I can to quell the unrest, but so long as Glepnir lives, they'll never be at peace. Do you doubt your chosen course? I like this answer better. Nay, not in the slightest. The shortest path to a destination is often not the best, and today was a welcome reminder of the truth. Maybe I should visit these settlements more often. Doubtless some here think of me as distant as the elementals. They rarely do see me in the outer reaches. You have served me admirably as my protectors thus far, for that which I am grateful. Yet until we have found and laid Glepnir know, I must continue to impose upon your goodwill. 'Tis no imposition, Elder Seedseer. You saved me on the killing fields of Cartino. My life is yours now and always. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. This NPC is very interesting. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words, and your conviction which fills me with confidence on the path we walk is true. Even the path that takes us far afield. Did I ever tell you that when I was a young student I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? Deep down I suspect there's a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. Hey, it's what's-his-face from Company of Heroes. Landonell. Word from the border. We've got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. What has happened? Prior early instructions, the whalers closed the roads to all travel while we scoured the woods for signs of Glepnir. But now a group of locals are demanding to be let through into Thanalan. They're terrified by the sounds of it, screaming about creeping death and gods know what else. Despair grips their hearts. If it consumes them, we may have more blasphemies to contend with. I will speak with them. Wild rumors fuel their panic, and with truth, their compassion, I will convince them to see reason and return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Elder Caesar. We're doing our best to keep them calm for now, but my man's words have painted a grim picture. I pray you make your way to the border. Okay. Fuck! The south border sucks! There's nothing down there but a broken airship. I should go visit it and pay my respects. I just remembered what it was. Where is it? Where is it? It's around here somewhere. There it is! For those who didn't play 1.0, this is an airship landing. It was never implemented fully into the game, but the idea was you would stand here and airships would come get you, and they would take you off to other parts of the map. But because it was never implemented, all we got were the landings. So we had these just hanging out in the world. And no one ever used them. Because we couldn't. We would all talk about how much better the game would be if we could use them, because then it wouldn't take 2 billion years to walk anywhere. Uh-oh. It's good we arrived when we did. Any later and we might have been met with a bloodier sight. The people here are indeed terrified. I must take care of my words. The one in the back is hurt. Let us through, damn you. We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die. The rumors are false. The Elder Sister herself sent word that the creeping death is not responsible for recent incidents. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threat, and pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what is and isn't true. Hearken to me, my friends. I come to you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those that have been wounded by Glepnir are in danger, and so I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Glepnir, I saw the beast I saw in the wood. We have to run. It could have followed us. You saw him where? Not too far from here. Those glistening horns, those terrible chains reaching out to drag you to the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, it didn't catch any of us. No one's marked. See, that means we're safe, right? But say we weren't quite fast enough. What then? Its horns and claws are where the poison resides, and even a scratch would be cause for concern. Even a little scratch. Then it's too late for me? Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened, you said. O heavenly winds, guide us to the font of strength. May we drink from it and be made whole. I don't feel any better. Do it again. It hurts. Condre has no effect. There can be no mistake. This is Glepnir's doing. Even so, I ask that you do not lose heart. Stay strong, for we surrender to fear. The beast has already won. I don't want to die. Please help me. Oh god. You said it wasn't. Liars, all of you. None of us are safe. None of us will. Despair made manifest. 12 for Fen. Is there not else we can do for these poor souls? No. Not but one thing I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the threat. Alright. Well, it was fun while it lasted, guys. That wasn't so bad. Upset man. Matron have mercy, what were those fiends? The creeping death sees a mercy compared to an end like that. I can't take it. What kind of life is this, waiting to be hunted or turned into one of them? We did what we had to. If we let the fiends live, the blood of many would have been on our hands. It was not the poison which triggered their transformation, but despair. They are at peace. Would be it had not come to this. I feel so powerless to prevent it. You did all you could. Is that what's going to happen to us? Is there no hope? What you witnessed was the fate of those who fall into deepest despair. It feeds upon grief and anguish. It is more deadly than Gleipnir itself. But as I swore to you, we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland. So too I shall swear to not let despair be the end of us. Keep the faith and look to the horizon for brighter days to come. As you say, Gleipnir is not here, and you are free to return to your homes, but I urge you to take care on the path back. We will. The storm has passed, but a darker tempest roils in the distance. So long as the specter of despair looms, the people struggle to take any words of comfort to heart, we will see more tragedies like this. The elementals cry out for a solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Rhea O said we would need to turn to the elementals for assistance, and I know now she was right. I will seek audience with the Great One. However, there are preparations I must attend to first. I shall make the proper ablutions at the Lotus Stand, and pray return to Adder's Nest and await my summons. Okay. Why didn't we do this first? This seems like something we would have done first. Is the Great One just too good to meet with us on a regular fucking basis? The Big One is a better god. At least the Big One will fucking talk to the Namazu. Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee great hardship ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of Elder Sheets here. We must strive to remain undaunted in the face of despair. She is preparing for your communion, and when the time is right, she'll call upon us. The tired eyes and slumped shoulders of the keeper of the entwined serpents bespeaks wariness. The situation has worsened since we last spoke. Gleipnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers are spread thin in their efforts to attend the victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out their former countrymen. Such tragedies are too easily to beget the further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and share the same horrid fate. People speak of incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that any moment a monster might appear in their midst. If we could find a cure for the poison, then we wouldn't have to worry about this. Indeed, let's hope the elders this year in efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united we may find a way to cleanse the 12 swords of evil once and for all. Are there always NPCs out here? The Elder Tree is all the way down there. Oh, look, there's a bunch of dead weapons here. Battered arms and armor are shoot across the ground, but there's no other trace of man or blasphemy. Oh, come on. Alright, let's go. Oh, better equipment. I see, I think I know what happened here. Though I pray I am wrong. There's no sight of the ward whalers save their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemous poison took them, they transformed. Gleipnir could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the wood whalers succumb to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurling our brave soldiers, we cannot allow creatures that become to roam free. Let us form two groups to move quickly and track down and cull the beast. Once we have finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the guardian tree. Okay. Find no trace of ward whalers or turned beast. Ah, there's one. Sorry, I had to take care of FC chat real quick. Someone said something about having sex with their mom, and no. How do you manage to write something that makes someone who says my dick fell off on their stream? Yeah, it's like a talent. Super sus. I'm a little busy. Oh, is this for the extreme party? If it was them, it's what they do. True. Alright, let's see what this is. Our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic, but now they are at peace, and the guardian tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. But I pray the Great One will hear my plea. Oh my god! Guys! Connie said us doing something! Oh, never mind. False alarm. Elder Seed's here. Are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear that unlike any I've ever felt. It spoke to me, and its words were clear. And drive the evil away. Drive it away. I can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek, not until we dispel the dread and claws at the very forest's heart. This was our last hope. We are not alone. It's a behemoth? How could these motherfuckers not find this thing? There can be no mistake, this is the profane beast, the blasphemy that has marred the 12-wood, Glepnir. Stay back. No! Healers shouldn't be in front. It makes for the guardian tree, we must stop it. The poison, you mustn't let it touch you. Such fearsome strength. Oh god, I'm having a PTSD flashback. It's Isumiyan. In accordance with our covenant, we Pajal have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediator between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as seed seers. It is their duty to guide Gudania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy in my estimation, but you both seem potential to become seed seers. Of that I am certain beyond. The one on the left is Connie. The one on the right I don't recognize. I don't want to be a seed seer. I've never wanted to be a Pajal either. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed for these ugly horns? I like them. Then maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us any different from everybody else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even, and we can use it to help others. When we should, don't give up on becoming a seed seer, Connie. We'd all be worse for wear. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice, but you might be right. One with dark hair? There was a dark hair Pajal? Are you sure? Hey, I can speak. So Atawa, Kan E, Rea O, Arun, Isumi. Oh! Pesi. That's what you're talking about, isn't it? He's only involved in the Odin storyline. Yeah, he's still around. Allow me to thank you for your assistance. The other suits here has been delivered to the care of Isumiyan, and by the grace of the elemental, she'll make a full recovery. In fact, she's already regained consciousness, but not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can wait for now. God damn it, I was useless. I could do nothing while the elder suits here faced Glepnir alone. I was to be her shield. That I stand before you while she lies abed is proof of my failure. She still lives, and she requires your protection. You are truly of heroes, the bards sing. You've suffered terrible trials, and yet you stand immovable. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. I've spoken to it a few, truth be told. It brings me shame to recall it. Oh, here we go! Yes! He finally gets his moment. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of Eorzea, but as a conscript in the Garlean Imperial Army. Clad in armor, Magitech, and they're dropped in the sea of pitless metal. You'll grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine. Work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was a body clinging to life amongst the fallen. When I remembered staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or an Eorzean's blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by Seed Seer. She designed to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my words were healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see wisdom in that distinction, and pledged my remaining years to her service. Would I have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Glepnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat blasphemy, aye, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. I swear. Yeah. He's more interesting than Connie Senna. TBH. Super, the Elder Seater has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stiltwade Fane at once. Oh, I just cracked my back. I'm alive. Well, I haven't been here in a million years. What's going on, everybody? Elder Seats here. It fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I'm gladdened by your presence as well, lest you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of poison in my humors. If you are ready, I will resume our search of Glepnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the 12s with hunting a blasphemy. I'm aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but my wounds not healed? The visible to the naked eye, perhaps, I worry the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we struggle to perceive. The Great One is being a purest ether, and you are exposed to his unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I'm aware of that, but Glepnir must be stopped until the blasphemy is laid low. People will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from despair? It is your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Connie. Rest and gather your strength for when the time comes. You are fit to do what must be done in the meantime, trusting your allies. You are right. That said, I cannot see a reason in planning our next step. As you said before, the conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Glepnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only as the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the seventh orbital calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth, the Ermine Hedge. Thus was the 12 spared the worst. If we could convince again to lend us a small measure of its power, we would not need fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placing the elementals that we might earn their favor. We must show that we are not the enemy. I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Glepnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Razat suggest that is likely the case. If we could ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where would we even begin? I saw a memory. You were granted a vision of Glepnir's past, and I was there. Then I know who he is or was. As do I, the boy who trained alongside Connie in her youth. Era Sura Supin. After all these years, is this what became of him? You mentioned him briefly. Why were you close? Arasura was Pajali like me, but he never knew his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role of the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, he was a better student than I ever was. A fair assessment to cite your esteemed heritage. You never took to my lessons well, as he, ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count, I could not keep watch over you at all hours, even if I tried. Elder Seed-Seer, a rebellious spirit, I can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajali. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isumiyana every opportunity. Arasura was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become Seed-Seers together, I believe, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Isumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and he had traveled to Gridania to beseech a Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the Guardian Tree. However, entry into sacred places would not always permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor. With regret, I refused him, but Arasur was loath to turn away a good stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man, despite my protestations. I ran to Isumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the Guardian Tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him, Irsura alive but unconscious. He recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, seeking wealth and glory. As he had knelt to make the false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the Guardian Tree. He was yet a child, and Arasur had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell in men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid was great indeed. The Great One stripped Arasura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the fane. See, this is the Elemental's fault again. I never saw him again, nor heed the word of what had become of him. Though not for lack of trying, despite his hardships, did he remain in the 12's wood all this time, I wonder. He dreamt of naught else but becoming Seed-Seer, of a life in service to the people of the forest. He knew the weight of responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, instead resolved to watch over the 12s in his own way. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation into Glepnir, and his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Aristar confided in me that he would search for means to calm the Great One's raids and earn absolution. To that end, he said he would seek counsel of the Mughals. They have called the 12 home for far longer than we have, and so none are more to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know not of Aesura, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel the Bramble Patch in my stead? I have faith that you'll accept your charismatic aplomb. No. I'm going to talk to Mughals now. If this is one of those things where this never would have happened if the elementals hadn't been such sticks in the mud and not stripped him of his horns, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. It's always the elementals' fault. It always is. Hey, it's Whiskerwall. So that you can see that I'm armed. If it's all the same to you, we don't want any. Move along. Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar, too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Mughal guard what for, and was that you? Yeah, it was me. Hi. It's an honor to meet you. Allow you to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Paluka Plika is the name. What brings you to our neck of the 12s wood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals. The blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you hadn't noticed, the beast corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've got to stand up and put the 12s wood to rights. Rao suggested that the Mughals contribute by scouring the forest and even smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know. Difficult and time-consuming work, but if it's in service to the forest, then we'll gladly do it. You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Koop de Koop of the Mughals Guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope. I'm not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried that Rao and others cured us of our tempering and afterwards set us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon the 12s wood for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now our kin scour every ilm of the 12s wood, and we would be remiss not to do our part. We would be overjoyed to have such a hero with us helping. If you're willing, something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you? Yeah, sure. Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. What the fuck? Okay. Is this intended? Guys, I don't think this is intended. Oh. You're able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving me in mind, but it's so easy to forget your kind lacked wings. What was I supposed to do if I... Okay. Now then, where is it? There to the south. Let's cleanse the festering taint as... Moogles. I want to continue the quest, but I can't. Because now I have to... Alright, I'll hold off, I guess. I'm gonna take a nap. I just got a notif on my phone that says weed is more popular than ever. Why you shouldn't be surprised if recreational marijuana becomes legal in blue states and even some red states this year. Well, yeah, it should just be legal. Everyone, weed is now legal. This is a weed-friendly chat. Do drugs, kids. I'm just kidding. Don't actually do drugs. Do drugs and crimes. Oh god, Tyr's doing drugs and crimes in my chat. Someone stop him. Oh my god, you guys. This is a mess. Alright, I think I gotta take the reins on this one. I think we might just call it. It's late at this point. You take clozapam, so I have to be careful with weed. That sounds like you should smoke more. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. It's very dangerous. Actually, listen to your doctor. You could just fall asleep forever. No, Tiru, don't! Um... This is the real extreme, getting into the fight. Hold on, I got this. I'm a genius when I do this. Hold on. Ba-da-da-da. Alright, let's fix this. Where's my notepad? Hold on, I need to check the party finder, make sure I'm catching all the rules. If I'm not, then I'm gonna fuck this up on a fucking huge scale. 1-3 for enumeration. Mario Kart is clockwise. That's probably the best way of doing this. Let's do it. PF's up. Alright, let's see if we get anybody. Da 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 da. Alright, since we're waiting, I'm gonna go back to doing the role quest. Sorry guys, I'm trying to set this up. Right. Oh shit! I haven't seen that animation for a long fucking time. It scared the shit out of me. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I haven't seen that animation since 2.0. This was some fine work, Koopa. I dare say it's in better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about stamping out corruption, whereas it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts, wherein so far as such being without a hand can clasp, I suppose. How is the taint cleansing? I did what I could, but I swear as soon as I finish with one area, two more start manifesting. The fairy's ability to heal itself is waning. The sickness is spreading far too fast for even a legion of Moogles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon, the situation is more grave than we imagined. Oh, what are we to do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. How do we go about doing that? I've got it. We perform the friending. The friending? What is the good name of good King Moogle the 12th? May he shower us with love and compassion and Koopa nuts is that. Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I just made it something on the spot. But let's forget that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in a founder's head. They knew it was, if they were to establish a home within the 12, that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit the people to settle within the forest, they were also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of a covenant. The Gridanians still honor this agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So if we follow the history's example, we can soothe the forest pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Joran's sire, Oakpoda, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless the select few heroes with horns, favoring them with fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by all the people of the Twelveswood, and even we Moogles look upon them with awe, and that's how it all began. Something wrong? You have a strange look on your face. Gleipnir's poison is particularly deadly against hearers. What exactly are you saying? So you mean to say they think Gleipnir was a Pajal? stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Easter. To love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the trolls and know that he was forever an outsider, and all for a child's mistake. That despair could have easily caused him to turn, and that poison that preys upon those who bear the 12s was blessing. The here is just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain the elementals' unease. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings or they might never speak to us again. First things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. Wait for us at Adder's Nest to make ready for a long, back-breaking day. Oh god. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? We gotta do the threatening. A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania. A fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Tweleswood for new beasts that may have been purged. Let us pray the elder seats here regains their strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest. 'Tis a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Gleipnir has not been seen since our last encounter. A brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Make way for the saplings. We have plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place. Do it enough times and the Great One is sure to understand what we're doing, all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the shroud. You have no trouble taking care of the rest. Your efforts are much appreciated. We must begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task I'm more qualified than most in. Elder Seedseer, are you well enough to leave? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Izumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me. Allow me to be the one that consecrates these saplings. It should be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest of its bounty. Please do. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself would surely hasten their growth from a tiny sapling to a towering tree. Such is my hope, as Jordan did before me. I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that binds it and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all the traces of corruption in Central Shroud. To Green Tier, I sense the flow of aether has become warped there. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption for such a distance. It is but one of my many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Ugh. Isn't Greetier near the Muntai cellars? I'm pretty sure it is. Oh. In gratitude for your boundless blessings, I do offer this gift. May it nourish you as it nourishes us. That's a big sapling. At last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of the sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, I shall relay your words forthwith. I give you people the hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the 12's Wood. Thank you, and now we must go. What the hell is happening? To Silent Arbor, there is something foul that impedes the flow of aether. Let us hurry. Silent Harbor. South Shroud? Okay. I just saw the Pokeball over my head. I got a little scared there for a second. Look, the flowers here have withered and died. I shudder to think what the forest would be like if they were allowed to spread. Pray to see to the corruption that I may plant and bless the sampling. Alright. Got him. The injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hirschmill. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the shore. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. Oops. I think I forgot to change the party title. Oops. My bad, guys. I fucked up. Well, I was the third person in charge of this, so I was handed a mess. I'm doing my best here. Anyway. Back to doing role quests. Hirschmill. Ah, fuck, that's right. Hirschmill doesn't have an aetherite. To walk out there. Fastest way is north through Gamora. close to the hamlet is nowhere safe. Where must people seek shelter from this corruption? Tis fortunate that our corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse the soil after we must plant the sapling. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which means me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the 12 would sighs with a content I have not seen in a long while. But it will serve to placate the Great One, I cannot say. Now we must visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the other seats here. What brings you all the way to your village? Corruption that had upset the balance of ether, but since we have cleansed with prayer and saplings, us as the 12 will reclaim a measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late. With these offerings we endeavor to release their spirits. Other Syria, I've got to protest. What are the people spirits? We dread every step we must take outdoors. That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason, and if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know you're afraid, that you and yours still suffer, however, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals we may call the 12's home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear at the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy. Rest assured, however, I have not forgotten the needs of the people. Bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Gleipnir and in the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray you continue to put your faith in its guardians and me. Would that we could, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Gleipnir's coming. They say creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we all know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave it the cure, had plenty on hand, and for a while we thought it was right, but by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call a conjurer. It was a sad day for us when she passed, but none so more than her poor husband, Supin. Ah, he was beside himself with grief, who can claim her? And then claimed Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin, it cannot be. Do you seek of Asura Scupin? Asura? No, Supin was an odd one. No one was taken for a Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be a Jaina, but his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason and thought the rest of us. What did Ellen Jaya look like? I've seen no more than 30 summers, kept to himself, came and went with nary word, though after he met his beloved he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit, but spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything. He finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting the story. Sad though it was, it helped me greater understand how much you have suffered. I promise you will have cause to celebrate soon. I'm certain Njaya was Asura Supin. To think that he was living so close to me for all these years, searching for new pierces and finding true love, only to be robbed of fulfillment. Were he still a Pajal impaled by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on this question. The animosity would linger, endure, and the vengeance would Gleipnir find its final purpose. We've done all we can to show the Great One a purity of intent. Let us hope we can accept us as friends. Alright, let's go. Oh, my PF's fucked up. I hate this fucking game. The crossword tell system is a bunch of fucking bullshit, I swear. I can't respond to tells. Oh, hey, we finally have enough people. Okay. Do a rate check. Gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Unless everybody is ready. Okay, cool. Everyone's ready. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I think I already know who doesn't have it unlocked, but I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to the bathroom. Someone's got to unlock it, so I'm going to go do this cutscene real quick. Actually, it's just a quick talking to. I won't do that. Whoa. Part of me just says I should have went by myself with all this fuss. But I won't say that. Everyone. Oh my god, everyone's so confused. Everyone's like, is this Uwu? No, it's not. I have it set up. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna continue. Our supplications could not have escaped the Great One's notice, maybe enough to receive an audience. Cool. O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your vows, embraced by your compassion and grace. Bestow the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. Hey guys, Connie is doing something. Fucking break out the party poppers. All feeling. Passing corruption refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. It worked, the Great One speaks through the elder seats here. We were right to follow Jorn's example. The corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. Profanity spawned, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Potent poison, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After we all have done, you deny us. After all the elder seas here has endured, she pledged herself to you. You devoted her life to the Twelves Wood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please. We beg you. What are you doing here? We've been depending on the seats here all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong without even considering what we might do ourselves. No longer. The elder Caesar has gone incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come to return the favor. If her plea is alone, we will voice her support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection, that, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the elder seats here and beseech the Great One for aid. We want all the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest, so please share what we can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Connie, Covenant's child, walks with man with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith to man, render up flesh. Then you agree? Flesh branches take join to oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heaven's covenant symbol, our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavily from my heart, so heavy at times I scarce remember to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path been revealed to us. You came hither united in purpose and bared your hearts to the Great One. Nay, Gridania is forever in your debt. What's this? A branch? May I remind you all once more, I bid you take these branches to every corner of the 12 and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, we swear it. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power across all 12's wood. Yeah, I must remind you, my friends, that Glepnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go in hope of your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. I admit for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the elder seeds here moved not the hearts of people, but the forest itself. Fatha's appears more complicated than the Great One made it sound. He must scour the ancient texts before the time comes and consult with the elder seed council to make sure all goes according to plan. When he comes, we must be ready. A path unveiled. The keeper of the entire timber is displeased to see you again. Impeccable timing, but moments ago the elder seeds here sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way and will explain everything when she arrives. The children of the Trolls, with both Moogle and men alike, have sallied forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task shall be complete. Though the shadow of death looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their brighter future. We shall see hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign their grim days to memory. We only succeeded in summoning the ermine hedge. You may recall the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe it was an instruction to carry out the esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befalling the forest, that the once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the ermine edge was last formed, it was to protect the 12 woods from threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as a father would his child. On this occasion, however, we must call upon it to nourish and revitalize, as a mother nurses her child to make them strong against sickness. In channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Glepnir's poison, and the scars from its passing will finally heal. At least that was what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seedseer Council agrees with my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. I have in my possession a single branch, a final one that to be attached to the eldest tree in the 12's wood. For all you have done to aid so far, I ask that you accept this honor. Who better than the final stone in this new foundation of everlasting peace? You have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. If we had even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. I'm the best. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree in which I spoke in front of the Leatherworkers Guild. Let's depart. In front of the Leatherworkers Guild? Weird place for a tree. From here, the Great One's blessing will spread to every corner of Gridania and send all manner of wicked beasts scurrying back to the shadows. Oh, this tree? Shit, this tree has a purpose? I've ran past... I didn't even realize that was a tree. I thought it was part of the cave wall. I've ran past that tree a billion times. Including 1.0. That's wild. Look to the bows above and you'll see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age and the elements. You must affix the branch there. Wait, I have to climb the fucking tree? I don't like this anymore. You ascend the ancient trunk and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by Elder Seats here. You are quite the climber. With that, preparations are now complete. Let's return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation unto the whole 12's wood. We have 3 casters and a ninja. Oh god. Is everybody ready? I'm never gonna do Storm's Crown EX. It's been an hour and a half and we have not been able to get into Storm's Crown EX. I'm gonna die. It's an instance I can't do anymore. Fuck. Never mind. Oh my god! Are we about to actually go in? Oh my god, guys. Oh my god! We get it, we cleared it. We cleared. I'm calling this a clear. The hardest fight was getting into it. The hardest part of the fight was getting in to do the actual fight. Oh my fucking god, where's my gaming glasses? I'm just gonna do a race check. Fuck it. Then a countdown.
Such exquisite beauty. My head swims with anticipation. Strong and free.
Oh.
Such exquisite youth. My head swims with anticipation.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Have at you.
Oh my god.
Such wretch. Exquisite youth. My head shivers with anticipation. Oh no, God.
I was out of the hitbox. Is that my clock though?
Have at you. My locks are as the wind.
Oops. Oh, I just fucked my rotation. Oh well.
Such wretch. Exquisite youth. My head shivers with anticipation. Oh no, God.
No, this isn't wall, guys. It's under her. It's gonna spin. This is wall. This is definitely wall. Any dealing.
My lips are as the wind.
No, we haven't talked to. We'll see. It's 1-3 for enumeration. Oh fuck! The markers are fucked up.
Such strong and free.
Well, I'm dead. Yeah. The markers are in the wrong spots. My way markers. I knew I shouldn't have let someone else set them up. There. Alright, let's try this again.
Exquisite youth. My head shivers with Oh no, God.
It's a lateral. Out of her back. Get under. Isn't it? Or am I wrong? Nope, I'm wrong.
Have at you.
Alright.
Such exquisite youth.
Okay.
My head.
Fuck, I'm just gonna run back to the wall.
Oh no, God.
Spin. Definitely gonna be under a hitbox. I'm dead, yep. I'm not paying attention to my clock, and Jinger was in my clock position anyway, so... Okay! Okay. Yeah, that person was very blunt with their criticisms. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night here too. I'm gonna go back to doing world quests. I'm gonna finish my role quests. Well, alright, well, as rage-inducing as that was, I'm not going to talk about it ever again and act like a child, so... We spent an hour and a half for a 17-minute prologue, so... Ah! Alright, I'm good. So the branches of the Guardian Tree and 12 that have become one. In summoning the Ermine Hedge, every element of these sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing ether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, to break free of gluttonish despair. The ceremonial complex is delicate, and I must maintain focus. I trust you will do what is necessary to see I'm not interrupted. There we go, Glepnir. The elements not deserters. Could you hate me too for my horns? I was a boy once, a boy who called them gifts, symbols. Yet the beast before me now brings naught but misery and death, marks its victim with chains to bind the condemned, to share in its suffering. I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now, to unmake what you have became. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast. Right. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, she's doing Yuna's dance. That's cool. Keeping poison. They can't move? Poison pushes through your veins. Ah, I can't move! Where's my stun? Where's my stun? There it is. we go. Oh. How do I stop that? Interject? Oh, it's a silence. Okay. What about that move screams uses silence? Oops, wrong button. The ceremony's almost complete. You're only halfway done. Almost complete. Interject. Almost done. We're at 75. What are you doing? Oh, fuck. I can't move. I can't move. Connie can't stand anymore? No! It's almost done! No, come on!
By the grace of the elementals.
Alright, now we actually get started. Ooh, squares. Man's best friend and worst enemy. His HP is going out faster now. Oh, it's a fucking repeated mechanic. Alright, I gotta kill it now.
Be gone with you! What's will be done?
We got it. Yeah, it's over. Nice. That was good. Oh wow, it's actually talking to us for us. Receding terror, blissful quiet. Bleeding covenant preserved and now and always child of child. Okay. Thanks for actually doing something since... God, when was the last time the elementals did anything? Probably Heavensward, right? For we as well honor gratitude identity. We could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting peace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken. Oh, hey. To you, my dear Yasura, I promise I'll never forget your word of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing and a duty to the people I will uphold. Until my pride about this, I swear. Give it up, guys! Connie Senate actually did something. You know what? 10 out of 10. She did something. She did literally anything. Good job. Alright, thank you. The great cleansing would never succeed without you. The blight has been purged and the blasphemous speech with bore it laid low. The sacred would have once held its breath in fear, now breathes a long sigh of relief. Thank you. We will not detain you at length. Let us meet again at Lotus Stand. Notice how Connie isn't saying like next time or anything like that. I'm pretty sure they're just closing out her character arc for good. She's super unpopular. Wrap it up, boys. We're discontinuing a character. The other series awaits you within. Shall I escort you? Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go! Why? How did it turn daytime? What the fuck? Did I just wait outside till it became day? probably. The Great One's aether flows throughout all the 12 wood, purging the last vestiges of Gleipnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger, and they've begun recovering. Oh, good! We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again on your tireless efforts to bring Gleipnir to heal. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You were inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Forgive me, Elder Caesar, but with this crisis, I would suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what would that be? Rest. In all our time together, I've never seen you so hard pressed. Surely you are weary and could benefit from a brief respite. I appreciate the concern, but I will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day. But recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons that once I thought I had taken to heart. When I did not understand the duty which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose, 'twas Eosura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep the proper path, where would my errant fate have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and support, have also helped me continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. 'Tis by opening your hearts to one another that we in turn open new paths, that we can conceive of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of such gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that together we may journey through the safest, darkest night. Okay. Not tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer? It is not without appeal. I recall fondly the few occasions I have traveled beyond. Our time together in the Turning Mist was left a lasting impression. If there ever came a time where I need no longer serve as Elder Caesar, I should very much like to accompany you on another adventure. Oh, okay. Okay, they left her open. They left her open. Regardless of what the future has in store, my presence course is clear. So long as we Pagel serve as a bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. And so, I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patrons along a path we may consider. Alright. I can dig that. Maybe they'll turn her into an actual NPC instead of just this one-dimensional Elder Caesar bullshit. This quest helped, though. The Blasphemies Memorial, there are still administrative masters resolved. If not too much, could you bring word of these things to Razadhan? Yeah, sure. Let's go. Isn't there another role quest after I've completed all 4? I'm not sure. I pray you brought glad tidings. Okay. Gleipnir slain, you brought joy to me on an otherwise uneventful day. Of course I had complete faith in your success and begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. I shall report your respects to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I'll pray you'll heed our call. Alright, cool. You can now dye drop specific gear for tanks. There is a more than death. Shotai suggests she was hoping you might pass through. I'll complete this tonight. Where is this taking me? You've been Supa, an all-around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world. Word travels fast. We've heard about your exploits in defeating the blasphemies that plague the people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are other fell beasts that yet want for slaying, but fear not, our efforts to bring them low proceed apace, and we have not but glad tidings. In fact, we've recently received word from the resistance forces in Baja that the blasphemy was slain, and no thanks in small part to Lord Hien's timely assistance. Perhaps the most surprising report came from Wirral, where soldiers led by the infamous Black Oak fought alongside Alamegan troops for yet another hard-earned victory. Reports from Garlemald, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snows, and we received petitions for assistance. Don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never your blasphemy. And to make matters worse, they say the Guardians who chose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into the yet more hideous creatures. From my understanding, it was you and your comrades who brought an end to the source of the final days, right? Even so, it would appear its effects will linger a while longer. Until this malevolent influence on Arasaka subsides, I dare say this won't be the last we hear of the tidings. As for the blasphemy, we have reason to believe it is a great deal stronger than any we've faced thus far. Your strength and experience would prove quite valuable. I'll help. I would ask if the Ilzabard contingent can't handle it, but that would be mean. Truly, our contacts in Charleon will be thrilled to hear about it. Though they did not explicitly request your presence, it will be clear from the first they were hoping for it. Though if I will be frank, I was not expecting Charleon of all places to be so concerned with the present state of Garlemald, with their strict policies of non-intervention. Perhaps we'll find the reason before this is over. But that's an inquiry for another time. I'll not keep you longer. Once you arrive in Garlemald, I should think our intelligence officer stationed there will be happy to help. Okay. Let's go. It's an honor to have you with us. I presume you'll come to assist in our hunt for the blasphemy? Yeah. Maxima and Lucia will be pleased to hear of it if you would come this way. Good to see you, though I wish it were under more fortuitous circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you had recently returned from the far reaches of heaven, but no, we are no less glad for your aid. Now then, I believe it best that the man who first discovered this blasphemy explained. Fortunal? Good, we may forego introductions. Thank you for answering our call. As for the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loprits to find a new purpose for the moon. While there is no longer a need for a vessel to evacuate the star, we believe the moon will yet prove useful to the people of Aetheris. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forward to transform the moon into a repository for man's knowledge, an archive of hitherto unseen scale. Charleon has long had the honor of boasting incomparable repositories of the world's knowledge, but it is far from perfect. Should calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of ages we long labored to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risk. What's more, is beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. Thus did we consult with the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Razat Han. They agreed to assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. How is this connected to the blasphemy? Our plans for assessment were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believe to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Oh, okay. Claims of the Garlean citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery only gave further credence to our initial suspicion. But not only ill tidings we have to share. Reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Artorial and a member of the Gridania's Keepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these. Though skies no longer burn, the spread of this affliction is much curtailed. We must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy event has been quelled, Alphanode and Alise have graciously offered to help keep calm the people of Terratum while we attend to the people here. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved. We recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Ugiri and Fordola are presently deliberating how is best to resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you had heard the details directly from them. I should like to join you if I may, and this endeavor was originally undertaken on Charlian's behalf. I feel it is my responsibility to see this through to its conclusion. Fortunel's joining us? Okay. Weird party member, but I'll roll with it. Hey guys, what's up? Long time no see. I should have known you would turn up eventually. Alright, that's it. I'm fighting you right here, right now. I did not expect to see you here of all places, but I am no less glad for your presence. I would assume the word of the blasphemy has brought you here, in which case I would believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team's guard is explained. An acquaintance of yours? Long time no see, Lawrence. I've heard tell you were the worldly sort, but bugger me if I know ye heard my name before. I'm just a lowly sword for hire, hoping to fatten my purse with a touch of mercenary work after taking my leave for Limsa. The job sounded simple enough, but well, I'm sure you wouldn't be here if I were, right? But you didn't come all the way to hear about me, right? The blasphemy we're after is making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel, the auxiliary sector. But it weren't alone. A sizable horde of beasts was circling about it like knights protecting their queen. Naturally, we ought to strike from a distance before we begin engaging in earnest, but not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protected by some manner of mystical shroud, as I could figure. Without a keen eye for magic, I can't get anything through. By the time we understood the futility of the situation, we'd been spotted. Retreat was our only option. Pains me to say it, but there wasn't any brute forcing our way through this one. My understanding was that once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of aether. But what energies could it create such a barrier? That's the question. My first thought was some hereto unknown force technique for conjuring shields. Needless to say, I'm out of my depth when it comes to magic. Which is precisely why I plan to seek the Elder Seeds here when she arrives. If anyone can help us find a way to overcome this, it's her. In the meantime, could we trouble you to help with a not so small matter of people charging into beasts? The blasphemy's horde was large enough when we first found it. We can't afford any more to join its ranks. We shall reconvene with Lord Toriel and discuss strategy. Before you go, there's something else you should know of the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I swear there was someone or something watching us. I started off thinking a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not so sure. Not to worry ourselves. Keep on guard, and we do finally return to the tower. Alright. Wow, this is a multi-parter quest. Cool. It's good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the Roar Forest is not an easy one. A man of your talents will prove invaluable. But we recently returned from our reconnaissance, wherein we made a few rather suspicious discoveries. First and foremost, we were pleased to discover that no one residing within the Camp Broken Glass or Tertium have returned. No doubt thanks to the concerned efforts of Maxima, Alpha, and Odinalise. However, we have reason to believe that those who did all hail from Locus Ammonius. You mean Corvos? The very same. When the ill effects of the final gaze began to manifest there, a number of Garlean refugees from the region sought sanctuary in Garlemald. But the capital was already in ruins when they arrived. They were offered asylum, but many refused and instead chose to fend for themselves on the outskirts. We are of a mind to go speak with them directly if we were to care, and if you would care to join us, perhaps we can learn about their recent circumstances and what triggered the change. Okay. Time is of the essence. I believe it prudent we split into two groups and cover as much ground as we and quickly as possible. If you and Master Fortunate would inquire the people at Victor Spoils, the two of us shall see to Limsel Station 4, Liminial Station 4, when you have finished meet us here. Alright. I'll do just that. Victor Spoils, let us be off. So far, this quest is interesting. I hope we get a cool battle or something at the end. They should choose to reside here in the cold. I can presume that they will not be amenable to competition. Even so, we must not be deterred. Come. You're gonna try what your kids couldn't do? Dude, no. Should I meet back here when we're finished? Can't imagine why you and yours would feign interest in our troubles, but if you insist, you'll find a great many people here who were in the military at one time or another. Some retired with others, and others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter. I bore one too many scars in battle, and ever so my contributions were enough to warrant leave to move to Locus Anomnius. It was a land of worth and bounty. The Corvusci rebellion admittedly proved troublesome for a time, but you needn't take long to find for the Second Legion to quell their uprising. You could practically drown in the calm quiet. And then one day the skies came alive with flame. We were overrun by all manner of foul beasts born of our brothers and sisters. The Second Legion barely had time to assemble their forces before they were overrun and snuffed out. We barely escaped with our lives, so the Second's gone. But we were greeted with only more rack of ruin on our arrival here, and we're not the strength to take back our home from the Corvusci a second time. There's nothing left for us anywhere. No, it was dark. Graha's parents are Corvusci, I think. Come to hear our grievances, have you? We've more than you have to hear them, I'm sure. We've lost not one but two homes, our loved ones, our livelihood. There's nothing left. I've served my time in the military for what? To lose my friends, my son, and there was aught to show for it but our claim to Locus Anomnius. Or so we thought. Calamity was visited upon us for reasons we know not. And when we were thought to flee, it followed on our heels to Garlemald, ruin and ash at every turn. Talk? What is there to talk about? I've got no home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for all of us. Fortunately, this is going very poorly. Why did we come here? Did you know not of how they came to be in such dire straits? Yeah, they're all upset that they ran away. I've heard much the same. The military forces of Locus Anomnius were defeated in the wake of the final days. Desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Garlemald. It was their hope the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim their home they were forced to abandon, but the capital was already in ruin when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they have long believed to be their ancestral home of the Garlean people may forever remain lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe that they have always resided in the bitter cold of northern Ilzabar, but it was only after the Corvusci invaded 800 years prior. With the advent of Magitech, I imagine it was all too easy for Emperor Solus to rally his people and take back what they believed was rightfully theirs. Yet history would tell us true, and the land they call Locus Anomnius has been known by other names and served as home to myriad people. Indeed, one might look back to the Algans' reign in the Third Astral Era to give lie to the Garlean claims of sovereignty. Yet even if they had such ancestral ties to Locus Anomnius, Antecedents cannot justify their animosity. Animosity poorly veiled by the delusions of justice, and has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man had the sense and strength of will to break free from the chains of hatred. Someone help, they've turned. Ah, God. Quick, we don't have a moment to lose. Oh, no. We shouldn't have talked to these people. One of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought he'd come over and look at him. Next thing I knew, did he not attack? He just walked off in the direction of the tower in a daze as if it was calling him. He could not have gone far. We must go after him. I will remain here and see all are accounted for. The one that was weary? Oh my god. That's what I get for sitting weird in my chair. That didn't go well. At least he's slowly and thank the heavens. For a blessing, no others have turned. As a measure of calm has restored, if only for a moment. Witnesses were able to offer a clue as the source of the transfer. They claim the afflicted was listening to this radio. Even now, it continues to play the same cryptic message. Oh! Empire no more, never again, rise, ashes. Though distorted by radio cycle, you can hear a voice saying the Empire is no more, never again shall it rise from the ashes. How is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. Anima was capable of sending a message. Be that as may, Anima is no more, and the Tower of Babel has fallen into disrepair by your hand, no less, which begs the question, who or what is behind this? A moment, if you would. Hey, a tutorial. Hey, hey! My favorite NPCs! Shortly after we finished our inquiry at Liminal Station 4, Lord Emmerich and Admiral Merweave arrived and requested an audience. Apologies for our late arrival. Knowing firsthand the devastation of what blasphemies were capable, I discussed the matter with the Admiral, and we were of one mind that the situation warranted our immediate presence. Is it safe to presume a representative of the survey team has finally arrived? Indeed I have. Thank you for coming all this way. Recent events at the camp have proved most enlightening. As you see aforementioned radio, Empire no more, never rise again, ashes. A harsh reminder of their misfortunes, sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. Yet there still remains a question of who is sending the message and from where. Glory everlasting Garlemald. For glory everlasting for Garlemald. You recognize the message? A mantra often spoken by Lord Nerva. Anyone who lived in the provinces under his authority could scarcely forget those words. Nerva's alive? He sought to claim the throne after the assassination of Emperor Varus, did he not? After civil war broke out, he all but disappeared according to intelligence we managed to gather. How could he have managed to breach the tower undetected? To have done so and unnoticed by creatures infesting the tower seems nigh impossible unless... Do you think the voice on the radio is the blasphemy? That's probably it. I do. As it was with Anima, those radios are somehow attuned to whatever signal it emits from the tower. What's more, I believe the true identity of the blasphemy is Nerva, robbed of his throne and forced to watch the empire he long command crumble before his very eyes. If such loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Nervous delusions of grandeur aside, the Garleans' plight sounds not unlike the Sahagin, desperate to preserve their spawning grounds. Though much unscrupulous by any measure, the Garleans found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard and the Church. Adrift without home or purpose, it's all too easy for despair to take hold. Would that a remedy as simple as offering them the land as we did the Sahagin? In all likelihood, the Garleans would refuse to settle aught less than what they believed to be their ancestral homeland of Locus Anomius. A claim to the Corvusci would readily take arms to denounce. We would not do well to further fan the flames of Admonos. Then perhaps at the very least we can offer them peace of mind and a means to regain some semblance of stability. I'm gonna hate to say this. The game's forcing me. I don't commit to this ideology. But why? I kind of want to pick the 3 dots just to be a dick about this. I don't want to pick the first one. I really don't. Nothing's wrong with nationalism until it starts becoming something you use to harm others, and Garlemald is the pinnacle of that. I know the right choice is the first one, but I don't want to do it. And I don't want to be a dick either. I didn't pick that. I closed my eyes. It doesn't count. By no means is it an easy solution, but perhaps the only way one worthy of pursuit. Of course, this new Garland must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. They would see no meaning in it otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphinaud and Alice have already made strides in helping people here regain some sense of normalcy from day to day. Important first step, but we will mean little without proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts would prove most effective. There are a number of former Senate members among the refugees at Camp Broken Glass. As I recall, with their help, creating the framework of new governance is not an impossibility. Let us call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. In the final days, it's taken much from you all, I can imagine, but I can the pain you feel in the face of such immeasurable loss. And though the final days have been averted, its effects yet lingered. A blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Divisive action must be taken, for further harm is wrought upon you. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person, but as people united, there may be hope for the morrow. While it's not our place to decide how you move forward, we would offer you a small measure of guidance. We were told the number of your former members of the Senate yet remain among you. Would you be amenable to the interim government led by these individuals until such time as Garlemald can be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Is such a thing possible? Even if we do cobble some governing council, they won't be making anything in that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. There's no going back to Locus Anomius either. Wreck and ruin, those are our only two options. I realize to rebuild Garlemald is seemingly impossible, but you needn't undertake it alone. My children are working as members of the 1st Legion as we speak to build an organized relief effort, and there are others from provinces no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of the Star, and others will heed your call. If you should see no merit in rebuilding Garlemald, then I would instead offer you residency in Charlian. I promise you will be welcomed with open arms. Charlian, now you expect us to go lick some boots in some country we've never heard of? My apologies if I appeared overly forward in my proposition. Considering this, our strict policies of non-intervention until but recently, it is not surprising that you are unfamiliar with my homeland. It is an island nation to the north, home to myriad peoples, which is why I believe it would not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you would not be migrating to Charlian to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry. And why exactly would you go to such lengths for us conquerors you barely knew? Charlian was long aware of the coming doom that would be the final days, and so we were preparing to evacuate the star, taking as many people and resources as our stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions invading Alamigo, your rejection of our entreaties for peace. After a great deal of deliberation, it was decided that we would forego an invitation to Garlemald, a determination made with great trepidation. We had convinced ourselves it was ultimately for the greater good, though I can think of at least one individual who would continue to protest. To ignore the plight of others one might conceivably say is not wisdom, it is indolence. Thanks, Louis. Sage counsel I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. The superhero and his companions refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save. With greater risk to themselves, they achieved the impossible and opened the eyes to the error of the foreigner's decision. If all other roads lead to ruin regardless, perhaps we should at least consider it. Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass, where we still have warm food and beds both. Emerald, Werewolf, and I shall speak with Maximo and the others and should consider how to best assist the Guardians moving forward. Should we broach the subject of the blasphemy, however, we will not hesitate to call upon you. What is that? Tincture of dexterity. When the Guardian's hearts are at ease, the likelihood of others turning has greatly diminished. That all said is no cause for us to grow complacent. We need to find a way to overcome the blasphemy's productive warding. If I understand correctly, the blasphemy's behavior is oftentimes influenced by memories and emotion of the originator, in which case it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. How fortuitous that a number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in our custody. For our mercy, their tempering was not to serve as to go beyond our ability to heal them. They are presently being treated at Camp Broken Glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligence officer can tell us among them who knows about Nerva. What time is it? Okay, I still got time. Intelligence officer. I see. Perhaps it's best if you speak with Virgilia, the legatus of the 3rd. She's still on the mend, but the Chirurgeons aren't like to oppose a brief conversation if you would wait here a moment. Isn't she the one I beat up on the story instance in this place? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is. Hey! You have your helmet off. Here's his champion I preserve in one of his cohorts. What business have you with me? Ilzabard is faced with an imminent crisis and we believe the knowledge you bear may be key in stopping it. Thus we believe the blasphemy to be Nerva. His whereabouts in the wake of Garland's fall or lack thereof give credence to this theory. Lord Nerva? From what we have pieced together thus far, you were one of the last to see him alive. Please will not share with us what you know? Very well, though I suspect what eager knowledge I possess shall avail you not. Last I spoke with Lord Nerva shortly after the warring with the 1st Legion began. Cloistered within the lower levels of the Solarium Imperialis, he spent the better part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, or perhaps desperate, for news that the tide might turn in our favor. The next day I left for the front line. There I heard a terrible noise, which I assumed came from the Tower of Babel. Then darkness took me and I remember naught. I was told the radios protected those close to them and the effects of the tower, in which case Lord Nerva would have remained unaffected. But he has been demoted to guard mode for glory everlasting, he would say. To watch the empire he loved so dearly crumble, I can think of none who would be more stricken. It would seem we were right to assume what became of Lord Nerva. And this does not surprise me, the beast would choose to make its nest within the Tower of Babel. It stands atop the remains of the Imperial Palace and the throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva apparently is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with his dreams of glory. Very well, we will fell the beast. You have my word. Apologies for the interruption. Connie-san has arrived and we're ready to depart. 'Tis good to see you. I have spoken with Lawrence at the ward protecting the blasphemy, and I am quite confident some manner of aether-based magic bars our path. If I may be so bold, we reached the same conclusion initially, but it's simply not possible. Creatures born in the final days are devoid of aether, as such they would be unable to provide such a barrier. Do you suppose it's possible, since they manipulate dynamis, to achieve a similar effect? I too thought to dismiss the notion of a barrier followed by aether, that is, until I stepped foot here in Garlemald. Even now I can sense streams of aether flowing to the tower. Its purpose was, after all, to harvest reserves of energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even if one incapable of manipulating aether directly, it stands to reason that control of the tower would alleviate such a need. It is merely conjecture, however. I cannot say for certain until I have examined the currents within my own eyes. Might I ask you to accompany us? Sure. I would join you as well if I may. My injuries would keep me from being used to battle, but my knowledge of the land shall serve you just as well as my blade. Alright, sure. I would not be opposed, but it is not my decision to make. Very good. Might I suggest we begin with Regio and Urbacia? I sense some great confluence of aether in that vicinity. Who is this? Oh god, they're really making me fly all the way out here. Feel like we're being watched. I heard word that Alden should be arriving before long. I can already picture him knocking his knee and moaning under his breath about the cold. As I thought, the aether stream here flows toward the tower, as do all others in this region, no doubt. The convergence first began when the Telophoroi erected spires in all quarters of Eorzea to fuel the tower, but once destroyed, this divergence of aether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if you have business with us, quit your skulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. Was it you in the tower, wasn't it? Hey, Nero. My, you're sharper than you look. I recognize you, Nero. Yes, why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? Being a native Garlemald, does it not stand to reason I might be inclined to come and see what's become of my home? I know not what you're scheming, but we've no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland would make better company for you. Spare me, I am a man of great ambition and greater intellect, far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He still keeps in his head in the clouds, where I'd set my sights to the stars beyond. Which is why you snuck into the tower, but like us, you get past the blasphemy to reach the transporter. Yes, well, I was very much hoping you could dispense with that little obstacle. And having caught wind of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you even have reason to believe we are not, or perhaps does the great genius Nero mean to dispense with the blasphemy himself? Far be it from me to steal your glory, having come all this way, but as I am feeling generous, I will tell you what I learned during my time in the Tower of Babel. I was able to access its systems, you see, and discovered one of the dreadful spires appears to be active. They all vanished when Anima was destroyed. Yes, I've heard of your escapades reclaiming the remains of the Emperor, but obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. As it stands, a piece remains at the tower at Fabrica. Yes, the manufacturing district, just north of the erstwhile Imperial Palace. Or a rather impressive feat, considering how much these lands are so utterly devoid of aether, barely enough to sustain light, let alone the spire. But if one were to use Varus remains to forcibly create a confluence of sorts. Precisely, and from what I've gleaned of the tower systems, the heart serves as its core. Coursing not with the blood of your precious aether, and now Nerva has amassed a surfeit to shore up his defenses. How fortuitous that he should so find perfect and imperative for his design, stolen from better minds than his own, how very like him. Oh, did I say it out loud? You'll forgive me if I fail to show concern for your ire. If what you say is true, these lands could never hope to recover from such a paucity of life energies. We must hurry and find Varus' heart, both to spare the land this one-time harvesting and deny the blasphemy its source of protection. Are we to presume you have any intention of aiding us? As I've said, I have no intention of stealing your glory, though I fear victory may soon slip through your fingers if you do not act quickly. The Tower of Babel was designed specifically for Anima to serve as its core. Nerva forcing himself upon the systems caused it to grow increasingly unstable. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, it will not be long before his presence triggers a system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy whatever tenuous streams of aether breathe life into the lands of Garlemald. But more importantly, we will lose our only means of reaching the moon. The heavens forever denied my genius. So very unfortunate. In any event, 'twould seem time is of the essence. That's all well and good, but even when we know which district to search, finding the heart will be looking like a needle in a bloody haystack. Actually, I know where we can start. It's all rather hazy, but I have a vague recollections of my time serving in Anima when I was enthralled. We were commanded to erect some manner of facility tucked away in a corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but it's as good a place as any to begin our search. Sounds promising, but surely this facility will be heavily guarded. Then it'd be best to divide our forces. If it's just the four of us, it should prove too difficult to inside and steal the heart. Meanwhile, our main force can stand ready to storm the Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Leave it to us. This is Levier. Very well, we should return at once. A number of Guardians in the camp have left for the Tower of Babel. They have somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nerva has taken refuge there, still clinging to their ill-paced patriotism. They could not have gone far. If we act quickly, perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. The wise man will not waste his time over few wayward refugees. I thought you Charlian scholars knew better. To ignore the plight of those whom I conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. If all is to you, I would join you. Yep, let's go find them. I will return to the camp and begin preparations for our assault. And I suppose I should go as well. Alright. Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be burdened. That said, it would behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations. Let's be off. Fortuno is now accompanying you. Right. But they got further than us? What, they walked right past us? What the fuck? We must have just been like blind, deaf, and dumb. We literally were standing at the entrance and they've somehow gotten ahead of us. Everyone took a nap in between the black screen of cutscene. No trace of them here. Let's keep searching. I hate this place. It gives me the creeps. Help! Someone please help. Alright, we gotta go save him. He ran off without me. Didn't you just say you were unarmed? Dude. I thought you were supposed to be smart. Refugees. They are understandably shaken, but otherwise appear to be unharmed. Hey, it's the three that disagreed with our decision to move them to camp. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. We heard Lord Nerva had returned and was assembling his forces in the tower, but... That's not Lord Nerva. Then there's really nothing left for us. I'll not deny your situation is dire, but you are not without a path forward. If you believe you're the passion and conviction needed to rebuild Garlemald, if you so choose, or failing that, you could begin life anew. Rebuild? There's no point in entertaining such a lofty dream, and we would sooner die than suffer life under the rule of another. You would soon seek death and sanctuary? Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Isambard, might you consider venturing to a new frontier? And where exactly? The moon. It is our goal to recreate a repository of man's knowledge there, free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magic and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in this endeavor, should you be willing, of course. Do you really expect us to go live on the bloody moon? Is such a thing even possible? Have you a better alternative? Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise to grandeur from complacency in the present or rumination in the past. We live for the future, and it's in our blood. Life was not without its hardships, of course. Even I have met with the occasional stumbling block, and even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking ever greater heights. The Empire may be lost, but I possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect, and that you would balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this, you have earned that beasts of the final days were born of the hapless souls that have given up on everything. Yes, if that is indeed the case, then can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down you believe your life is worth living. Deep down you long to reach for the unreachable. Or perhaps you don't. Should you choose to lay down and die here in the snow, that's none of my concern. Reach for the unreachable? That sounds like something I would have said back at the academy. Alright, we'll go. I suppose it's better than dying here in the snow. Then we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands the tower. It's hard to believe Lord Nerva of all people could be turned into one of those monsters. Please, you must stop him. Put his souls to rest. Thank you for causing, and sorry for causing all the trouble. Thank you for your rousing call to action, but I thought you had no interest in meddling. Lest you understand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know nothing, next to nothing about. Besides, it would be a most piteous sight for not a single Garlean venturing among those venturing to the moon. Who else might have prevailed upon learning new findings up there? Fortuna was eager to regroup and make ready for battle. From what Nero has told us, time is now a luxury we can ill afford. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, if only for a moment. The others are no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. Hey, cutscene. I should hope the other's absence means all proceeds apace. Good you're here. With the recent arrival of reinforcements, our preparations are all but complete. Oh, hey! Apologies for the lateness. It seems we are in time to help deliver the crushing blow. And if fates are kind, this will be the last we see of those damnable blasphemies. Commander Aldine, Lord Hangin, thank you for coming. Yes, of course. Understood. Lawrence and the others have reclaimed Varys' heart. The barrier protected the blasphemy should soon dissipate. The time has come at last to storm Tower of Babel. Admiral Warwick and Lord Emmerich await our arrival at the base. Are we not getting any lease? No lease hexed? Alright, weird. What should be about it then, huh? I suppose this will be a good enough opportunity as any to keep my hammer from rusting over. I will accompany as well. As the forum's representative and a member of the survey team, I felt it my responsibility to see this through to the end. I didn't take you for the fighting type. Despite appearances, I am no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I have seen my fair share traveling the world in service to the Forum. Though I may not be equal of Alphanode or Alice, we shall not find ourselves wanting, I can promise you that much. When you finish presenting your preparation, we shall reconvene at the Encladium. Okay. Oh shit. You gotta fly all the way up there. Hold on, what's the portrait again? Yeah, the lease isn't there. I just realized that. Holy shit. Alamigo is irrelevant. Confirmed! You heard it here first. Alamigo no longer exists. It's not even on the map anymore. Technically, I know, like, Raban's supposed to be the Alamigan and Ilda, like, rep, but it's really it's more funny just to say Alamigo's irrelevant. Plus, they threw Nero at us, which is a weird party member for this point, but whatever. Oh yeah, it is an instance. Let's go. At present, all are accounted for. Shall we proceed? You progress through the battle and save a certain voice. In the event you have defeated, you will be able to try again. Please note, if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out, this progress will be lost. Yes. Our objective is simple: locate and eliminate the blasphemy Nerva. Though the barrier guiding it is more, a number of beasts will surely block the way in the auxiliary sector. Off to a smashing start, I see. It should seem the tower will reach its limit sooner than I anticipated. If we're to save the transporter, we must hurry and find Nerva now. Should go without saying, but stand on your guard. There was quite a menagerie of horrors when I was last here. Reach the top of the Tower of Babel. Oops. Hold on, guys. I fucked up my ninjutsu. Oh god. Merrily, I shall hold them off. Press on, my friends.
The path has been revealed.
The winds favor us.
A persistent lot, aren't they? Oh, these things don't even have positional things on them. I shall hold the line here. You see nobody to take it, and do not look back. Bye, Emmerich. Calamity Worm? Never made anything easy. Let's get this over with. More coming. Stay sharp. Man, they just keep coming. They're gonna self-destruct. You always do the rally. You focus on the large one. Oh, he's gonna do it. That was awesome. Nice job, Ravon. Hey, we won. Is that the last of them? Of course not. We can't afford them to impede our advance any further. Let us hold them here, Commander. Master Fortunate, take the others and go. Understood. Nerva Ye Galvus. Leave now, Garlemald is mine. Oh god. Who's tanking? It's not me. It is me. Safe here. Oh no. I'm about to die. Help. You can port people with those? Level 100 ability for Sage confirmed. Oh. I'll take up time. I need my uptime. It waits for no man. What the? I can't see shit. Bring them here and leave the rest of me. Okay. You can take me there. Behind me quickly, I shall take the brunt of it. Oh! Easy peasy. I think we're done. Blah! Blah! For glory everlasting indeed. Is it over? Has the danger passed? By a hair's breadth, perhaps yes, but I say we managed to avoid a fiery ruin. On the path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Charlian has ever been to chart the course of history, not to change it. Thus did we firmly hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it was all in service to our plans of exodus, to abandon the star and its ruinous fate. Harsh though it may sound, I still believe it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, a fate did not come to pass. Charlene will now find a new way forward, not merely through the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of the star and all who call it home. I believe I will speak for all the Forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards such a goal alongside allied nations. Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp, and we will seize it together. It is a relief to know we're no longer needed for battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I am ill-suited to it. The allied nation leaders, meanwhile, demonstrated an aptitude for combat far above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. And for you, my friend, I see now you are so well regarded as Eorzea's champion. The others have already begun their arduous journey home, but before you go, I'd send word of thanks to both of you. If not for your timely assistance, our plan would be forfeit and the lands of Ilsebard forever defied by blasphemy. I have no need for your platitudes. I labor only to further my own ends, nothing more. We heard the news. Thank you for everything. With Lord Nerva laid to rest, we have peace of mind to move on without regret. Hey, Alopra. There you are. And what's this I've heard about you cleaning out the Tower of Babel? Are we finally ready to return to the moon? Ah, what fortuitous timing. Allow me to introduce you to Living Way of the Lockforts, moon dweller and the overseer of the survey team. Living Way, these good people will lead the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other Lockforts will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you. Residents, oh no. Yes, I mean splendid. After many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely, most definitely ready to accommodate your stay. Glad to hear it. Apologies for the delay. I must confer with Lawrence and see to our final preparations, but your would-be residents and the survey team shall be along before long. Might I trouble you to relay word of our success to Shirabat and Razat Han? I think we should take the tidings all more harder in coming from you. Until next we meet. Sure. Wait, you're not leaving for the moon without me. Alright, let's turn this in. We're good to go. And then I gotta go to bed. So it's true that the Blasphemy and Garland has been struck down, they were right to call on you, and with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy, sir, I dare say you've slain the last of them. Perhaps now we can finally start to pull the final days behind us. On behalf of our fellow delegates and Radiant hosts, I extend to you our humblest thanks. I hope when we next call you, we'll be under more fortuitous circumstances. Some of our parts. Got the Tri-Disaster icon. There's a skill that's no longer in the game. Alright, it's time for bed, guys. Oh wait, I gotta go to my land sanctuary. Not Wolf's Den. I gotta check my shit. Ooh. The upper level should be done by now. What the fuck? I do need to go to bed soon, though. Can't gather anything up here, right? No. Well, then that's it for the day. I've done everything I can possibly do.